up.
Oh my god, we are live, everyone! Day 3 of Save and Sound is finally here. For the past 2 days, we've been celebrating audio and music in games, showcasing the wonderful titles from all around the world. My name is Hans, and I'll be your host for this evening. More than 70 developers from around the world have created over 16 hours of content just for this very show. Tonight, we'll be going through about 4 of those hours of original content. We also have an event running on the front page of Steam, so make sure to check out the special offers carousel to see what we got going on for Save and Sound. On that very page, you'll find about 150 games and soundtracks on sale, as well as some exclusive demos for you to try out. All right, today's lineup. We got tons of games to showcase today. Make sure that you're listening. Are your ears open? All right, let's go. Fashion Police Squad, ODDADA, Asterigos, Curse of the Stars, ElecHead, Exophobia, Chicory, A Colorful Tale, Laysara, Summit Kingdom, Winds and Leaves, SpiderHeck, Rhythm Sprout, Sick Beats, and Bad Sweets. That's a great name. Outbreak Island, ScourgeBringer, The Riftbreaker, Glitchhikers, The Spaces Between, Botanicula, Timberborn, The Last Spell, No Straight Roads Encore Edition, and finally, 30 Birds. If you missed any of the games just presented, you can actually find the full schedule on the Save and Sound website. That is saveandsound.io. Remember that. The link is also in the description below in case if you're watching on YouTube or on Twitch. This show is organized in blocks. We have about 6 to go through today. In between each, you'll find me right back here to present the next games. Speaking of the next games, it's probably time that we actually present them. So, up next, Fashion Police Squad, a humorous retro FPS where you fight against fashion crime. Ugh! Using attire-enhancing weaponry. They'll be doing a very, and I mean very, funky musical performance. I think that you're gonna enjoy this one. It's perfect to start us off with. Then we go to ODDADA, a lovely game where you can create music with tiny houses and machines in picturesque little universes. They'll be presenting how the musical systems work. Then we'll finish this first block out of 6, remember that, with Asterigos, Curse of the Stars, an RPG inspired by Greek and Roman mythologies, with a beautiful behind-the-scenes footage on how the soundtrack was created. All right, that's it for me. Have fun, enjoy the show, and I'm actually a hologram.
You there! Any room for growth?
in charge here? I am Sultan. Get me your manager!
Hello and welcome to ODDADA. This is a game made by two people, Sven Algrim and Mathilde Hoffmann. Sven is the inventor of the game and also the artist and programmer. I, Mathilde, am the sound and music designer for ODDADA. The game is currently still in development, so what you're seeing in this video is not final and some of it is bound to change. But we're planning to release in early access this year and we're excited to give you a little taste of what is to come. Today we want to take a look behind the scenes of how this game got to where it is now, to show off to you all the mechanics and listen to some of the tunes created in this little musical world. The vision of the game has always been to make music making fun and accessible to anyone, even if they don't have musical experience or background. We want you to forget all about music theory, audio workstations, about practicing instruments. Just giving you a little push to lose yourself and simply enjoy creating music. And although our goal has been from the start to make some sort of musical game, it didn't always look like this. It has not always been a train ride where you collect different musical loops and then save them onto a cassette. It was quite different at the beginning. Let us show you. The name ODDADA is inspired by the village Odda in Norway, with its beautiful, colorful houses. Sven was born in a little German town called Heuslingen, which could be translated to Little House Town, so he was basically predestined to make this game. And the first prototypes of the game were just that. Little colorful houses on a landscape that produced notes when a wave hit them. When I joined the project as a sound designer, we experimented a lot on how to make this musical world come alive. And the first thing we did was to put a nice ambience into the game. For the houses, we decided to go for bell-like sounds because of their clear initial impact and quieter tail. That would allow for many sounds to be played in quick succession while still keeping a distinct melody. In this world, the higher the house, the higher the note that is being played. And the different tiles don't go up in a chromatic fashion, but they go up in scales that can be changed as well. Of course, houses can be stacked on top of each other as well. For every sound in the game, we implemented 48 tone heights to cover 4 octaves, for even the highest of towers. And since stacking things is fun, we added a lot of curious buildings and living beings to the game. So the next question was, in what way do we trigger the houses to create melodies, and not just chords or ambiences? We tried a couple of different things, starting from a wave that was manually triggered and caused the houses to play, to some sort of physics-based approach, where houses being dropped would cause a little sound wave that would trigger other houses. And that could even lead to chain reactions when bigger houses were being placed on the same map. But we realized that that would lead to sound overkill really quickly. So instead, we wanted to try that the houses would communicate with each other and pass on their notes from house to house. And we tried all kinds of different ways to make that happen. We also tried out different versions of step sequencers. For example, the map being triggered by a piano key, or windmills triggering single lines of the map repeatedly. And we were so fascinated by all those different possibilities because each of them had their own strengths. So we basically just threw them all together in one big sandbox mode and gave that to players for playtesting. And what we came to realize was that although we had invented a tool where it was fun to experiment with the different sounds and mechanics, players tended to put a lot of things onto the map at once, and it created some sort of sound chaos. On the one hand, there were so many different things to explore and so many possibilities to make music with loops or sequencers or stacking houses. But all those different possibilities made it even harder to create nice melodies or even songs. People were overwhelmed by all those choices. And you remember, our goal was to make a tool that makes music making easy and fun. And it is fun to explore all those different mechanics, just maybe not all of them at once. In the meantime, Sven, through different game jams and in his free time, created some other new tools and ideas that you could make music with. And we were thinking, can't we somehow make these part of the gameplay experience? I mean, it doesn't strictly fit into the idea of everything being cute little houses on a big beautiful landscape, but does it even have to be that way? What if we didn't focus everything on one map, but instead decided to split it up into multiple levels, where you could take your time to explore each mechanic at your own pace, and build different music snippets that you can then collect and put together? We were very inspired by the achievement system of Samaros 3, where you could perform your own song with all the achievements you had collected throughout the game. We were thinking, what if it was possible for the player to create their own achievement loops within ODDADA and then combine them to a song? We created this little train that goes from level to level in a total of 6 levels and collects different musical pieces and puts them together. So that is what ODDADA is today. A world full of crazy machines, nice landscapes, different mechanics to explore, and simply music making made easy. We want to show off a little bit more of what is in the game right now. Even though it is still work in progress, we're pretty proud of what we have already. After a couple of playthroughs in the game, you get rewarded with some new content. The first thing you get is the metronome. Let's see what it does. The metronome does not only indicate the tempo, it can also be used to slow down or speed up an entire level as well. When you press the record button on the train, you collect the loop that you've built and take it with you to the next level. Although it is random which level comes next, we have created some parameters to try to make a very balanced experience between percussion, chords, melodies, and bass. In most of the levels, you can adjust what sounds are being played by placing different figurines onto the square tiles. On the final map, you can record the song the way you like it. If you didn't like your performance, you can always try again. But if you're happy with it, just press the cassette button, and then your song will be printed into this cassette. The cassette editor is still work in progress right now, but you will be able to customize your cassettes and give them your unique name and also their unique look. So now we have unlocked the settings wagon. This one is also pretty fun. We have 3 settings in the game: winter, daytime, and nighttime. During nighttime, the residents of ODDADA go to sleep, and there's not any more music in the houses, but instead they are making noises when they're being triggered. And that can be used to create some fun percussive rhythms. During winter, there's a reverb and delay effect applied, so that everything feels a bit more frozen, a bit more spacey in a way. Because after all, everything sounds a bit more magical with reverb. At night, the drum sequencer turns from an electronic drum kit to a brushed jazz drum kit. To be coherent with the rules of ODDADA that wherever you place the house, the higher the note, we also created 48 variations for the night sounds, so that even though they are sound effects, they would sound higher and lower, depending on which tile they're standing on. The last wagon that we want to introduce to you today is the Scales wagon, which is also pretty fun, because it can turn what you have built within ODDADA a little bit on its head. So I'm trying to build a very melodic piece for demonstration right now. So we are now on the 6th map, so basically the last level before we can record our final performance. And this is where it would be interesting to try out different scales right now. This can just completely change the character of everything that you had built up so far. So it's pretty fun to use this wagon as one of the last things you do in a run. Or of course, you can challenge yourself to go with a different or unusual scale from the beginning and see where it leads you. Now that you've seen in what way every run in ODDADA can be a little bit different, we want to invite you to a little listening party where we listen to some of the favorite cassettes that we've collected so far. Sit back and enjoy. We hope you liked what you heard today. And we are looking forward to sharing our future progress with you on Discord or Twitter, because there are still many different nice collectibles, different houses, new ideas, and new levels to come. And if you wishlist the game on Steam, you'll get notified when the game comes out. And then we can have a listening party with your cassettes soon. And we're really looking forward to that. Thank you for listening.
大家好，我是 Asterigos 的作曲家陈伟凡，希望你们喜欢这首 Ending Theme NamaTakahashi。
大家好，我是作词人严云农这一次我有这个机会能够参与 NamaTakahashi 这首歌的作词。那很特别的是，这是我第一次写英文的歌词，然后也是我第一次为游戏撰写主题曲。那我觉得在每一个人的心中可能都有藏着一个你很想回去的地方，不管它是一个信仰或者它是一种信念。所以我当时看了这个故事突然之间 nostalgia 这个词就浮现在我的脑海当中。我觉得是想借由玩这个游戏去找到你心中最怀念的、最想要回归的那个地方，不管它是一份爱，或者它是一种像可能这个故事当中所探讨的一些父女的关系。所以我觉得很高兴能够把这个意念传达在这个歌词当中，希望大家会喜欢这个游戏，也会喜欢我们的这首主题曲。
Hello, hello everyone. We're back. Fashion Police Squad is actually releasing August 15th, and it actually has a demo also for you to try out, so make sure to add that to your wishlist. ODDADA and Asterigos are also available for wishlist. Make sure to support the wonderful developers of these wonderful titles. I am Hans, your host for Save and Sound, a showcase celebrating music in games. A quick shout out to our partner for Save and Sound, ElecHead, a marketing platform designed by gamers for the gaming industry, enabling creators of all sizes to grow and more. There's currently a campaign for Save and Sound running there where we're giving away, well, keys of participating games. So all the games that you've seen until now, you can probably get them. So go check out lurkit.com. If that sounds like your jam. All you have to do is sign up and connect your YouTube or Twitch account. That's just to make sure that you're an actual human being like myself. Let me know in chat if you've requested any keys and tell me your username as well. So like that, we can just give the keys away to you maybe if you're fast enough. I'll also put the link to the campaign in the chat after this hosting segment because, well, we are live after all. ElecHead is up next, a lovely puzzle platformer talking about the inorganic soundtrack. Then Exophobia, a retro FPS with a crazy cool DJ set of the game's soundtrack. And then Chicory, a colorful tale, a top-down adventure game where we'll be listening to the devs talking about the game's audio design. I'm Hans, and what's your middle name?
皆さんこんにちは。エレキヘッドのサウンド制作を担当したTsuyomiと言います。今回はエレキヘッドの音楽を通じて有機的な音楽、そして無機的な音楽、これらの違いについて皆さんにお話しできればと思います。この考え方は皆さんがサウンドデザインをされる際のヒントにもなるのではないかと期待しています。なお、この動画にはエレキヘッドのネタバレが含まれるので、まだゲームをプレイしてないよっていう方はご注意ください。この動画では以下の内容を話していきます。まず最初にエレキヘッドについて紹介させてください。エレキヘッドはクリエイターのNamaTakahashiさんが作ったアクションパズルゲームです。主人公は頭に電気が流れているロボットで、この電気を使って謎を解いて進んでいきます。このゲームの特徴は何といっても無駄なものが一切省かれている洗練されたゲームデザインです。グラフィックは4色しか使われていなくて、文字も登場しないっていうのがすごいところですね。僕はこのゲームの特徴を見ていった時にとても無機的だという印象を受けました。無機的というのは言い換えると人間味を感じないっていうところですね。そこで僕はサウンド担当としてこのゲームの BGM も無機的なものにしようと考えました。といっても音楽において有機的無機的とはどういうことでしょう。ここでは僕個人の考え方に基づいて説明します。簡単に言うと、有機的な音楽は感情が豊かで何かを訴えかけようとしているような音楽です。対して無機的な音楽は感情に乏しい音楽です。まずはじめにエレキヘッドの BGM の中から有機的な音楽の例を2曲続けて流すので聴いてみてください。はい、次にエレキヘッドの無機的な音楽を2曲続けて聴いてみてください。 はい、いかがでしょう。違いは感じられたでしょうか。あくまで主観的な区別なので、どの曲が有機的か無機的かはもちろん人によります。重要なのは有機的な曲と無機的な曲を聴き比べて、多くの人がいい印象だなぁと感じるのは有機的な音楽の方だということです。なぜなら感情が豊かな曲の方が聴いた時に心を動かされやすい、感動しやすいからですね。であればゲームの BGM を全て有機的な音楽だけで構成した方が一見良さそうに思えます。ですが実際は無機的な音楽も適度に織り交ぜてサウンドデザインしていくと、より魅力的なサウンドになるのではないかと僕は考えています。さて、ここからは有機的な音楽、無機的な音楽をエレキヘッドではどのように使っているのか話していきます。まずは無機的な音楽です。最初のステージで流れるエリア1という曲をお聴きください。はい、いかがでしょうか。この曲からは喜怒哀楽のような感情があまり感じられなくて、ちょっと謎めいた印象があるのではないでしょうか。なぜこのような音楽を最初のステージで使ったか。その理由はエレキヘッドというゲームの始まり方にあります。エレキヘッドでは文字による説明が排除されていて、チュートリアルも最小限になっています。プレイヤーはゲームが始まるといきなり不思議な空間に落とされて手探りで進んでいきます。これほど説明の少ないゲームはなかなかないので、プレイヤーは不安になってしまうかもしれません。そんな時、音楽がプレイヤーの不安な気持ちを肯定してくれたらどうでしょう。音楽がプレイヤーに対して、今あなたは不安に感じてると思うけど、その反応が正しいんだよと語りかけることができたら、プレイヤーは安心してゲームを進めることができますよね。このエリア1の曲はあえて曖昧さを残した曲調にしてありますが、その理由は今はまだ目的がはっきりしてない状況だよ、だから不安になるのは当然だよっていうメッセージをプレイヤーに伝えるためなんです。このように曖昧で無機的な音楽でしか伝えられないメッセージがあるということですね。さて、次は有機的な曲の例です。ミニゲームという名前の曲をお聴きください。先ほどのエリア1の曲とは明らかに曲調が違うのがお分かりいただけるかと思います。この BGM が流れるのはとあるミニゲームを遊んでいる時です。このミニゲームは制限時間の間にどれだけアイテムをゲットできるかを競うアクションゲームです。難易度の高いパズルが続いてきた中で、このミニゲームは思いっきり楽しめる要素になってます。そこで音楽も今までの緊張感を吹き飛ばして思いっきり遊んでくださいとプレイヤーに伝えるような曲調にしてみました。心いっぱい楽しんでという強いメッセージが込められているこの曲は有機的な曲の分かりやすい例ですね。そしてこちらの曲はゲームのトレーラーにも利用してもらいました。それを SNS で見てこの曲を好きと言ってくれた方も多く、エレキヘッドの魅力を伝えるのに一役買ってくれたと思います。仮にエリア1の曲をトレーラーの BGM にしてたら、ここまで良い印象を与えることはできなかったでしょう。さて、今までの話を踏まえて有機的な音楽と無機的な音楽の使い分けについてまとめてみましょう。有機的な音楽は ドラマにあふれていて、プレイヤーの心に何かを訴えかけたいときにもってこいです。トレーラーの BGM だったり、ゲームのここぞという場面の BGM は有機的な音楽にするといいでしょう。一方で無機的な音楽はあまりストレートな表現ではないので、明確な意図を伝えることは苦手かもしれません。でも有機的な音楽では表現できない複雑な感情を表現することができます。場面によっては無機的な音楽を使う方がより世界観が魅力的に映る場合もあります。またゲームのあまり重要でない部分に無機的な音楽を使っておいて、ゲームの山場で有機的な音楽を使うというようにメリハリのあるサウンドデザインを狙うこともできます。音楽の表現方法をたくさん知って適切に使う。気持ちいい音楽だけじゃなくて、ちょっと変な音楽の出番はないか考えてみる。ゲームのサウンドを作るときはそんなことを心がけています。というわけでこの動画の内容は以上です。ElecHeadをまだプレイしてない方がいらっしゃったらぜひプレイしてみてください。ここまで見てくれてありがとうございました。
Hey everyone, my name is Pedro J. Costa and I'm the composer for Exophobia. I also work as a DJ. So, for 7 Sounds, I decided to do a little DJ mix of some of the music that I've been composing for Exophobia, and I hope you all enjoy.
Hi everyone, we are the Chicory team. My name is Greg, and I'm here with ...
I'm Lena. I'm the composer.
And I'm M, the audio director and design.
Yeah. So, and I did like general game direction stuff, and together, yeah, we made this game Chicory: A Colorful Tale as well as with a couple artists and localizers and testers and all kinds of people like that. But we're here today to show you some of the audio in our game, and an area that we really wanted to talk about was a big old city called Dinners, which is over here. Yeah, so this is like a big city area in the game. You get to it about halfway through. It's this giant sprawl of screens populated by animal people. And yeah, I don't know, like Lena, do you want to talk a bit about writing the music for an area like this?
Yeah, well, it was definitely like one of the, you know, sort of biggest undertakings for writing music for this game, because it was, you know, it was definitely, you know, something I saw from you know, the design document of being like, this is the big city, right? And like everything's kind of like small towns and like kind of a little bit more like cozy vibes, but this had to be sort of like big metropolitan area. And so I was really inspired by like you know, various Nintendo soundtracks, like, you know, a couple of like Kirby, some Mario, some, you know, a lot of games that have like a really fun, like big jazzy aesthetic to them, especially some of Nintendo's like more recent like music productions that have gone for a lot more like live instruments and stuff.
Yeah.
And so I really wanted to kind of, you know, capture that big band aesthetic. So I called in a friend of mine, Carlos, who plays the sax on this track, and Kristen's, you know, is on the whole entire soundtrack, but she plays, you know, a whole bunch of woodwinds and then also some strings by Michaela Nachtigall and Sung Ha Hung, and it's, you know, it's just a big old fun
live production.
Yeah, big live productions, and oh yeah, drums and guitar too, but from Stemage, and Kevin played the drums, and yeah, it's the most amount of instruments that are on any track in the game. But the other fun thing is that as Greg is slowly edging towards the door here, we made a bunch of alternate mixes. So as you go onto the rooftop, like you can hear like a whole bunch of like the woodwinds and like the lead and stuff just go away, and all you're hearing up here is sort of like the band instruments. So you got the drums, you got the guitar and bass, and they're kind of like muted. I put a little bit of a low pass filter on them to make it sound like it was coming from downstairs, and like if you're, you know, in an apartment above someone who's playing loud music or whatever, you know, you've got sort of the downstairs music happening, and then when you come back down to the rest of the city, like the music comes back again. And then there's a couple of other mixes that we did too. Like here's the Slice Shop. And so when you enter the Slice Shop, like it keeps the same rhythm. It transposes it into a 3/4 sort of, you know, Italian pizza shop kind of vibes. And it was just a really fun, you know, way to kind of like do a completely different version on the track. And Greg also asked me to put in some references to a certain piece of music if you want to keep an ear out for it.
I love this version of the song. It's so good. Yeah, Em, how was it like making background ambiences for a huge area like this?
Yeah, so with ambience for something like this, I spent a lot of time with the scatter sounds, which are sounds that play randomly at a random distance in a random time. So it kind of makes the area feel more alive.
So you can hear like doors opening and stuff in the distance kind of thing?
Yeah, doors, some whistles, and a lot of little voila. So just like we made a few random characters and recorded some random little laughs and bits of nonsensical talk and that kind of stuff, so it plays all around you.
We got a lot of some bike traffic too.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's those took really long to
I love all the
get right.
vipers.
And
Yeah.
there's also a little frog, I think? Frog car?
Yeah,
A
the
little frog car.
Where you hear
Yeah.
the little pitter patter of the feet.
There he is.
There it is.
Oh yeah.
One of my favorite little details that I wanted to showcase was about music transitions, and I think this was originally Lena's idea for how to do it, but like this area is adjacent to other areas that have much calmer music, and we did something where when you're moving from an area that has, well, first off, so we have this quiet version of the track, which we showcase in the rooftops. If you keep on going, it transitions to this sort of like more chill area music, but there was this really, really short gap where there was no music playing, and that little gap was actually extra long because you were coming from an energetic song to a quiet song, and that's the kind of thing that I wanted to show, because we did those kind of detailed things over the place in the game, just to make every little transition between areas as smooth as possible.
Yeah, it was really cool working with you on this, Greg, because it was like, you know, we really wanted to go, you know, have really smooth area transitions, but like, yeah, when you go from like a high energy area to like a lower energy area, especially, you know, from how big the city is to Tea Time Meadows here, which is really chill. Yeah, just having that additional little time, and so we actually mapped out like the energy level of every area theme so that we could make the transition time a little longer.
Yep.
If it was a high contrast. So if it's like slow to slow, or like low energy to low energy, it'll be a little faster.
Yeah, and actually another thing that happens too is, I didn't think about this, but the little stinger that plays when you pick up these little kittens, the that thing is actually different depending on what instruments there are in the background soundtrack, and the energy level of that too. So like that little da-na-na that played was in key with the background music here, and using like, I think this was the more woodwind instrument one. Is that accurate, Lana?
That was the piano one, I
Right.
think, that just played here.
The piano one, right? Which is like the calmer one.
Yeah. So yeah, for like low energy areas, it's jingles with piano, and then for the higher energy areas, there's the recorder jingles, and then there's two different like major key centers that I focused on, because there was like a whole bunch of different keys for all the different maps, and if we recorded jingles for every single key, it would be a lot of individual jingles. So we picked basically two keys that worked well with all of the different areas, and depending on the key of the area, we chose one of the jingle sets to basically use for that area.
Yeah.
The kittens too were also the little like
A little meow.
little shake, and that ended up being a really important sound because it's kind of it's a hint that there's something in the area. When I was watching people play, I would often hear them say like, "Oh, I heard the little shake," and then that's the hint to look for it.
Yeah.
Important audio clues, and also visual.
Did a lot of iteration on that to make sure it would cut through whichever area you're in, you would hear that.
Yeah, we didn't want it to be too loud and make it too obvious, but
yeah, but it's totally like, it's a huge part of what makes those kind of a fun little puzzles, like that it's just lightly, you know, like you just barely hear it to make you stop and think like, oh, like what was that? So I'm actually going to turn the music off. Sorry, Lena.
It's okay.
Because I would love to hear a little bit from Em just about implementing some of the sounds just for painting. So, Em, you want to talk about the painting sounds?
yeah. So I made the painting sounds by recording. I did a big session, some gloopy paint mixed with glue, and this one in particular, the actual painting took a really long time to get just right, so it wasn't gross sounding. Like, we wanted it to be not stand out too much, but be relaxing to just do. And then all the sounds of filling things in and switching colors and brush sizes. Those are all like pretty much making farting sounds, like with the suction of the paint in my hands, and I put them into categories. So all the ones that had a little more suction were the erase sounds, and then anything that's like a fill, or like when you click on things, it's more of like that little water droplet type sound. And yeah, there was a lot of discussion with whether or not this should be matching like in key, but we decided against so that you weren't painting differently, like you didn't feel like you had to paint on beat or anything like that. The one exception was the stamps. There's a few stamps. And that's pretty fun.
Yeah, I kind of fought for the stamps to be extra silly because I knew players wouldn't use them very often. So I thought it'd be cool if they were like a little bit obnoxious. But yeah, Em totally made the right call about having most of the paint sounds be kind of out of your way. It works really well for the game because yeah, you can paint forever and you never get sick of hearing it. It doesn't like challenge your ears at all to hear these sounds. And it's it's really nice. It's a huge reason why I think this game is fun to play. Yeah. Well, this was us. So, once again, I'm Greg.
I'm Lena.
And I'm Em.
Yeah. Thanks for listening to us talk about Chicory, A Colorful Tale. You can get the game on Steam here as part of the Save and Sound showcase. Yeah, thanks for tuning in. Check the game out and listen closely because there's lots to appreciate. Thank you, everybody.
Yeah. Have fun.
Thank you.
Well, that was Block 2, everyone. ElecHead is on sale right now. Exophobia has a demo available, and Chicory is, of course, available for purchase. I hope that you've been having a wonderful time watching the show. We have tons more of content to show you tonight. So I hope that you're nice and comfy wherever you may be. I am Hans, your host, and more importantly, you are watching Save and Sound. It's a 4-day live show highlighting delicious audio and music in games. And I've said this before, but we also have a Steam event running at the same time on the front page. It's in the special offers carousel. It's on the front page. You'll find it, I'm quite sure. I hope that your wallets are ready for that. Otherwise, you know, there's also demos available for you to try for free. Alrighty. Next up. Laysara, Summit Kingdom is a city builder set in unique mountains where they each have their own set of challenges. They'll be showcasing a little audio design piece, and then we got Winds and Leaves, where you journey across a barren world and bring it back to life by growing your own forests. Vibe Avenue, who created the audio and sound of the game, will be showcasing its soundtrack. I think they're also doing a performance, so make sure that you stay tuned for that one. Then we got SpiderHeck, a 2D fighter spider parkour battler. That's a wild description, where they'll be sharing how the soundtrack came about. And the final segment of this block will be Rhythm Sprout, Sick Beats and Bad Sweets, a high-focus rhythm action title with a little presentation on how the music and the gameplay weave together. When was the last time that you drank water?
Bartek Pokrywka here from BPM Music. Today I'd like to show you how I made music for 3 trailers for an upcoming game, Laysara Summit Kingdom. The game is about building cities in highlands, surrounded by a lot of Tibetan accents, so we agreed that the music should enrich that. Unfortunately, I don't own any of the traditional Tibetan instruments, so I had to find something that would act in a similar way. Okay, let's dive into the first trailer. So this trailer is divided into 6 parts: intro, gameplay, avalanche, then gameplay with more advancing music, then weather changes, and gameplay with the spiritual ending at the top of the hill. The whole idea for this track came from these little piano arpeggios, which are located here. Not really. Oh, here. Yeah. This one, yeah. It has a delay effect on the top. And when I turn off the delay, it sounds like that. It's different rhythm, yeah. It made me really easy to find the melody and the rhythm for the rest of the instruments. And this is the melody. Then a bass. The rhythm. Yeah, that avalanche. I really love mixing traditional sounds with something more futuristic, as you can see here. Like with this bass, just to give it low end. Oh, and check out those drums. Vocals. Yeah, it was fun recording it. Oh, hi there. The second trailer is a little bit different. It's only 30 seconds long, so I found shortening the music from the first one a little bit problematic. Therefore, I came up with the new track. Let's have a listen. Okay, so this one is based on throat singing vocal tracks. But before that, let's check out the intro. And yeah, it's outside of the tempo because it creates more space before the main part. And it started from this piano track. And I often use piano first to create an idea. Now the vocals. Yeah, here. Yep. It's amazing what human voice can do. Okay, so the third one also has a different soundtrack, but it has the same vibe as the others. The interesting thing is that in this one I used a lot more vocal tracks than in the previous ones. This one has a few ideas that came from the previous trailers, especially throat singing. But there's a lot of new instruments like banzuri flute and more vocals. So let's listen to separated tracks. Here the vocal throat singing and humming. Yeah, it's nice, but the flute is amazing here. It adds really a lot of space. It almost could start from this only flute part on the intro. But you know, you always want to add more and more. Yeah, and drum parts. All right. Okay, here is this, I'm not sure what this instrument is called, but I guess I'm wrong. I think it's called citra or something like that, but it's similar like when you're hammering the piano with this metal hammers. Oh, dulcimer. Yeah, I think it's dulcimer. Yep. Oh, okay. Oh, shut up. Thanks. Here's the vocal tracks. Let's solo it out. Yeah, without strings. Yeah. Yeah, and with the rest of the tracks, it's huge. It's almost Game of Thrones vibe. Thank you for watching. Don't forget to check out the game. The link's gonna be in the description down below. Bye!
Salut tout le monde, moi c'est Mathieu.
I'm Kevin from Vibe. I cannot speak English.
This is Kevin.
And this is Matt.
Yeah, this is our studio manager.
Our co-founder, composer at Vibe Avenue. We're a studio based in Montreal, Canada, and we do music and audio for video games.
We're really happy to be here at Seven Sound Festival, and thanks for listening in. We've got a bunch of cool stuff we want to share with you. I co-founded Vibe Avenue with composer FX Dupa back in January 2013. Our team grew a lot. Today we're 17 people, and this made it wonderful enough for us to be able to hire this guy as an awesome studio manager. So Kevin, what do we do at Vibe?
What do? We do voiceover, we do music.
Ah
ouais, ça devient, on va attendre un petit peu.
C'est vraiment gossant.
Ça me...
Il faudrait qu'on fasse ça genre à 7h le matin.
So at Vibe Avenue, we do music, voiceover, audio implementation, sound design. We do pretty much everything for video games.
Facial motion capture, haptic stuff.
Yeah, I forgot that.
Yeah, I'm doing a lot of stuff. 5 things you love about working at Vibe.
First of all, we have some pretty cool arcade games. We can play Pac-Man, Mortal Kombat. We also have a Switch where we play Mario Kart, Tetris, and all those cool games. And we obviously have a very cool studio with every instrument we can imagine. We have a full drum kit, we have an upright piano, we have everything actually.
Is that 5?
Drum.
Yeah, I gotta stop you there.
What's your favorite thing about Vibe Avenue?
I think my favorite, this is gonna sound cheesy, but I mean, we created Vibe Avenue to be able to work on the coolest projects ever. And we knew we needed a team to work on big projects, so we managed to make a big team. And I love everybody on the team, and it's just...
Everybody on the team.
I love literally everybody on the team on multiple different levels. At Vibe Avenue, everybody's a musician in some way. Alex plays a trombone, and Nico plays a clarinet. You're an awesome bass player. Felix is an amazing jazz musician and pianist. I love to play flutes or stringed instruments or whatever. And you know, when you just go around the studio with all of these instruments, we can create something which is not only the result of one person, but it's the result of a team. And I think this was our #1 goal when we made Vibe Avenue. We wanted to not individualize the process, but make it a whole team process. Yeah, so you might know Vibe Avenue from a few other projects we've worked on. Star Trek Fleet Command, Dungeons & Dragons Dark Alliance. We're working on League of Legends Convergence, Tribes of Midgard, Ultimate Chicken Horse, a fan favorite for multiplayer on-screen.
The couch gaming cult classic.
Amazing cult classic couch game.
Cult couch gaming classic.
So this couch gaming co-op.
It's not co-op at all. You want to kill your friend.
Couch gaming
classic. Couch gaming cult such as Ultimate Chicken Horse, which is a great couch party cult classic game. Thanks so much for watching this. This is really fun for us to do because we get to talk to you about one specific game we've worked on, which we've really enjoyed the whole process and the team. It's called Winds and Leaves. It's a VR game made by Trébuchet, this amazing Montreal studio.
Let's go to the studio, guy.
Yes.
Je vais pas allumer la lumière.
Winds and Leaves is a virtual reality game where you play an ancient being known as the Gardener, and you're trying to bring life back to a barren world by planting trees and growing forests. Vibe Avenue and Trebuchet, the studio that created Winds and Leaves, started together on Winds and Leaves, but since then have started working on numerous other collaborations. So working on Winds and Leaves recreated a bond between the two studios. So in the beginning, when Trebuchet explained us the concept of Winds and Leaves, we immediately thought about acoustic instruments, since everything was about nature, wind.
A lot of trees, a lot of organic material, and working with like real live instruments that are like physically made of wood makes sense. One of my favorite is this Native American flute that I bought maybe 15 years ago, and it has one of the softest sounds you could hear, and you know, it's been handcrafted and I really love it. So this is actually one of the first instruments we use for Winds and Leaves.
As the project went on, we realized that the art direction was really different from what we imagined in the first place.
The game evolved, and the pictures changed to not necessarily a perfectly realistic environment, but something with way more textures and beautiful colors.
Really, really flashy and vibrant, so you have red trees or blue trees, or all kinds of colors, and the world is really represented in a much more stylized way. And
it just became natural to think of other types of instruments, and using synths definitely became our number one priority for the rest of the soundtrack. Plus, we bought a bunch of cool synths and we wanted to use them.
So for example, one of our dear companions for this journey was this small, strange little device called the OPZ or OPZ. And it's actually a self-contained synthesizer and sequencer. This is an instrument that is really geared toward performance. So with some other pieces of gear, we really recorded sounds and then edited them in the DAW and created the pieces of music. But for music created with this, it was really more performative, so like really plugging once the piece was composed and performing it, and then still a few changes afterwards, but like 80% of the material was already recorded in one performance. The iPad was another one of our dear companions. We tried a lot of music apps on it, like Animoog or Borderlands Granular, and really discovered that the ecosystem of applications for iOS is completely different from what you can find in the computer. And also the use of the touchscreen allowed us to create really expressive instruments for the soundtrack. We also kept using acoustic instruments, but this time we processed them to find new ways of using them, and also looked for original sounds and original ways of making music. For example, one of the pieces is actually made with a sampled empty champagne bottle and the Tibetan bowl, and both of them processed to create some interesting textures.
So something really cool about the score is, even though we really started acoustically and then we flipped over and started really working with analog synths, in the end we came back to using just a hybrid approach, bringing back some real live musical interpretation.
Of course, besides the music itself, there is its integration into the game, and VR in this aspect is particularly challenging. And for this game, we really wanted the music to actually emanate from the world and not just be played like in 2D in your ears.
We met multiple times just to discuss, what the game would eventually be and try to talk about the dynamics of sound, of music, and how both of these universes could interact together to create a really united soundscape and not just have, music on one side and sound on the other side. Both, like in Winds and Leaves, this is really something where both sound and music are really closely linked together to create something beautiful.
The best way to experience this soundtrack is to actually play the game and to hear this symphony, this music be created in real time by the game as you bring life back to the world. We really wanted the player to feel like the conductor of this symphony, and the music to actually be the personification of the living energy of the world.
My name is Mike Else. I make music under the name Professor Click on the computer. And most recently, I did a game soundtrack for a game called SpiderHeck. This one, super special to me, partly because the developer who created it, NeverJam, has been an awesome guy, awesome creative partner to have and like creating something. But also because when he emailed me directly one day out of the blue, sent me a video of it, like when it was in development, and I knew immediately, like, this is gonna be awesome. I'm definitely gonna work on this. That has brought me here today, and so I'm gonna do a walkthrough. This track is titled Precision, I guess. And the reason I wanted to present this was because it was the second track that I did, and when I presented it to NeverJam, this was the one that he was like, yeah, and I was like, okay, now I know what we're working with. All right. So you'll see pretty much immediately that I have a lot of tracks. I'll get all the way down to like 40. Yeah, this one is 44 tracks. But the way that I organize things is kind of sonically. So you'll see here, like, I've grouped certain things like bass melodies, long ambient sounds, impacts, which are like whoosh, big things like that. A channel just for the big chant. Yeah. So yeah, I categorize things based on all the different sounds and like the kind of the roles that they play on screen, if you want to think of them in terms of like actors. And then I will generally, from like a mixing standpoint, group them all together into something I call music, just to say music versus drums. Put another way, there is this. And then there's this. Very different things. So that's how actually like summing and combining all of the music together for any one track on this soundtrack, or damn near anything I've made in the last, I don't know, probably 10 years. Now, for this track especially, a lot of the main like themes come from actually only a few different places. One, there's like a kind of a small like jiggity jazzity kind of a riff guy McBusiness here. And that's, I can't help myself. Like, if you've ever heard anything I've done outside of this game soundtrack, you're like, oh, that he's been doing that for like 15 years. Yeah, I don't know what else to do. I literally can't help myself. Another theme that kind of comes through are these goofy chant sounds. Those are like a handful of like little royalty-free like sample libraries and things that get thrown out like on the Ableton website and stuff from time to time. What's important to note here, we decided that we wanted to have the spiders of the game have like a voice in the background, like egging on the spiders that are fighting. And so in some of the tracks, this happens where you'll have these like kind of shouting sounds, and they're of like, you know, field recordings of tribes and stuff, or whatever it might be. But then I just pitch up the voice a little bit, and then now it sounds like these little creepy creatures, and I put them way off in the background. And then kind of the last like major theme is what I've been referring to in this track as big percussion. Which doesn't mean drums. So drums meaning this. That is drums to me, or like a main beat, as it's called. Whereas big percussion. So I'm going to talk a little bit about this part of the track specifically, because this is generally where I get the majority of my kind of inspiration. So what I've done here, when you hear these like big percussive lines, it's because I've programmed them or played them, but this one's for sure programmed, as you can see. And when you pair these up, so what I'm showing you here in Ableton is MIDI clips of stuff that I've like either entered in by hand, played, or both. This is across two different like MIDI instruments. They're both Native Instruments Contact libraries. One is Damage, the other is African Percussion, like African Percussion. I use them both unapologetically all the time, not just in the soundtrack, but just like in life in general, doing my taxes. This is where the real magic happens. And so there's a part of this track that really starts to go bananas. So just to show you exactly what that sounds like when it's totally on its own. Ooh, yeah. Here. Oh yeah, that stuff takes such a long time. If you're looking at that and you're thinking, wow, that probably takes a really long time. It took me a super long time. But for whatever reason, I felt like this track culminated to a point where it really needed that. It needed something like that. Those are kind of the big themes, these great big tribal percussion parts, and then these kind of goofier, funky riff sounds, that stuff. Then yeah, like the big like kind of tribal shouting. To walk you through a couple of the things that I did to get these sounds in these like funk sections. So I always layer the hell out of everything that I'm making. Pretty much every like line, whether it's a bass line or a melody, whatever it might be, will come backed up with all different kinds of sounds. So in this case, it's 4, but there's a lot of automation and extra effects and layering and stuff that I do in pretty much all of this. So for instance, just this sound. So this is TB303 emulator by Audio Realism, the ABL3. I'm a big fan of it. I grew up playing around with Rebirth 2.0, and it featured a couple of Roland TB303 emulators that I just fell in love with before I was using anything like what I'm using today. And then I'll run that through Guitar Rig. I'm a big fan of Guitar Rig. This is like an older version of Guitar Rig too. I haven't upgraded. But I just pipe it through all kinds of crazy stuff. It started with Fuzzbox and then ran that through a splitter where there's 2 different talk wahs, like talk being like they have kind of a formant, like Iowa kind of a sound to them. And there are 2 that it passes through and it splits them based on the pan. And so I've got an LFO modulator on each one. Each LFO, low frequency oscillator, is changing the formant sound, the on each channel, left and right, at different speeds. Like almost can't tell the difference. But then they're ultimately summed again into mono. But you just keep going. So I run this split of talk wahs then into an orange amp emulator, and then split the output of that again. What the hell was I doing? Split the output of that again into a couple of reverbs, plate reverbs that are a little bit different for each channel, and then blast all of that through into a big nasty tube compressor. Then this is just Guitar Rig, so I'll turn Guitar Rig off and then on. This with it on. So that's the level of detail I'll go into for any one sound, and then from there I'll EQ it slightly to like fix it and stuff. This utility here has some automation that it'll like narrow the panning and make it so that it's totally mono image, and then spreads it back out over the course of this section and have it be full stereo image again. And then this happens 2 more times. And then use an auto filter to kind of bring it in and out of things. So like when I was showing you before and I was like, that doesn't sound good, it's because this was why. But even though that's kind of how that sounds, just that one sound is in the broader scheme of this broader melody. So it's just layers on layers on layers of details on details on details. And it's just going in and crafting it and crafting it and crafting it over and over and over again. Because it's fun. Not because you have to, but because you want to. I just keep doing the same thing over and over again. I find a sound that I really like. I figure out to what degree any given line needs some extra layer of a sound. And then ultimately what I did here for this one melody ended up creating a quintet of made up instruments that didn't exist before, but now they do. And they're going to play this one synth line together in this video game soundtrack. So that theme of everything I just showed you with the layering of the lines and putting a lot of focus on sound design and really taking ownership of how any one sound will evolve over time through any given section. That's a big underlying factor for every track in the game, or almost any sound in the game, for any of the tracks that I created. And then one last thing to touch on real quick before I let you go. I always have, in all of the tracks that I did for the game, a section called Long Ambient. And it's because Neverjam and I, when we were working on the soundtrack and I would send him ideas, he would always say, this is paraphrasing, but he would always be like, oh, I like how it's like spooky back there. What do you mean? Oh, there's like the spooky sounds. It's like, oh, it's like futuristic and like, oh, it's spooky, like dystopian. Dystopian that was it. He said dystopian. I was like, sure. And so I really went all in on dystopian, like kind of spooky, spacey, haunting backgrounds that were like kind of always kind of there, like kind of always kind of there the whole time. So as you can see through, how many tracks is this? Like, God, 6 different tracks. You can see these sounds. Yeah, just this constant, this constant state of staticky, mayhem-y, echoey business back there. And like I said, this is true for every track on the soundtrack. You take all of those elements, you pick out your bass lines, you pick out your great big percussion elements. You pour an unnecessary amount of time into the detail on all of those things. You get a few things to back it up. I unapologetically use like royalty-free, like percussion loops. So that's like several right there. I actually will make my own some of the time. I made this one using Teenage Engineering OP1. It's one of my favorite instruments of all time. On its own, not really doing a whole lot. Oh, that one ended up being... Yeah, like I programmed this on a tiny little groove boxy thing. But then recorded it and brought it in. And when you layer this up against all the other stuff you can get, again, it's just a loop you could just use from like a library. You keep going, and then you layer all these things together when you need them. And you be honest about where that's going to fall in terms of the whole like beat, and you compare that, you like fix that up with the drums, as I like to call them, the main beat, right? And we talked about it. Not just that. There we go. This big bastard, right? And then there you go. So you just keep going. One of my favorite things to do is to, just for fun, to see if the groove feels right. Find a spot in the track where all the percussive stuff is going at once. Really going for it. So yeah, I really didn't go into much detail. I'm looking at this thing now being like, man, this how do I talk about this in a reasonable amount of time? But I hope this kind of popped the hood and shows you how I do some of the stuff that I do. I'm Professor Click. This has been a quick walkthrough of Precision, I guess, track off of the SpiderHeck soundtrack. SpiderHeck's available on like all the things. Check it out, and thanks for having me.
Hey, I'm Jan from Cert Games.
Hey, I'm Rune from Cert Games.
And we're here to show you the rhythm game we're making, Rhythm Sprout. Rhythm Sprout is about the chosen onion, Sprout, and his journey to save the vegetable kingdom from the evil king, Sugar Daddy.
And also, I think there's a princess or something. Let's get right to gameplay.
As you may have noticed, Sprout has been jogging in place for a while now, and the first part of the music has been looping several times.
A unique part of Rhythm Sprout is that we've split the songs into multiple loops that can transition seamlessly into each other. This is because every note hit moves Sprout forward, and the goal of each level is to get to the finish line at the end.
The idea here is that Sprout is on a journey, so the music also needs to change progressively throughout the level. In short, it's a checkpoint system.
Some levels will also have enemies Sprout needs to defeat in order to progress, and when facing each enemy, the music will transition dynamically into the enemy's combat riff.
The game has 3 different buttons: right, left, and dodge. The right and left notes make you go forward, or attack if you're in combat, while the dodge notes let you avoid damage. The only way to lose a level is when your HP hits 0, so be careful of the dodge notes.
One thing that was important to us in Rhythm Sprout was having very simple controls and to ensure that the difficulty comes from the complexity of the rhythms themselves, with unusual patterns, syncopation, etc., instead of button complexity.
Here's an example. We've designed each song to have very clear and hard-hitting riffs that stand out so that it feels really good to play to the music. It's basically a drummer game with a huge focus on rhythms, patterns, and accuracy.
Now let's talk about the soundtrack.
As we mentioned earlier, each song is split into multiple loops that when played in sequence comprise the whole song.
The soundtrack consists of electronic music as a starting point, but we also sprinkled a bunch of other genres on top to make sure the soundtrack sounds as diverse as possible. Who knows? You may even hear some pretty heavy metal riffs in the full game.
A somewhat unique aspect of Rhythm Sprout is of course that it's a rhythm game with a story. We're not going to go into the specifics today, but one thing we had in mind when composing the music for the story scenes is making it very different style-wise compared to the gameplay. All of the music is created in-house specifically for the game, so we've tried to design each song to be more complex and harder as you progress through the game, while still having the input patterns make sense and feel good in relation to the music.
We really wanted to nail down the feeling that you're actually playing the song. Before we go, here's a quick sneak peek of some of the game's music to give you an idea of the style we've been going for.
Thanks for watching, and we hope we'll see you again later when the full game comes out.
Alright, that was block 3, everyone. I hope that you're all having a lovely time with us right here on Save and Sound. Laysara is available for wishlist. Wins and Leaves is actually 50% off, and SpiderHeck has a playtest that you can request to join, so do that. Rhythm Sprout has also a demo available. Make sure to support the developers and the musicians as much as you can if you've enjoyed the games. Even a simple wish list can make the most difference. On that note, I actually have a question for you. How many games do you currently have in your wish list? I'm currently at about 50, I'd say. Okay, we're halfway through the show. If you've been here since the start, I appreciate you. If you've only recently just joined, don't worry, I appreciate you too. All right, we are at block 4 out of 6. So we're halfway through, like I previously mentioned. But before we go on to the next games, we've been giving away Steam keys of participating games since the stream started earlier. So don't hesitate to DM Bedtime Digital Games on Twitter, and I will personally give you keys. All right, up next, Outbreak Island, a survival game with detective elements presenting a delicious performance of the game's soundtrack. Then, I believe that we move on to ScourgeBringer, a fast-paced, free-moving platformer where Jonas Turner, shout out to Jonas, I see you in chat, will be talking about the lore of the game's soundtrack. Then, Riftbreaker, an action RPG base-building survival game with a chat about the game's soundtrack. And we'll finish this block with Glitchhikers, The Spaces Between, an atmospheric and philosophical title. They will be diving into the game's audio design. Now, before we move on, let's take a moment to appreciate the lava lamp. It's mesmerizing. All right, on to the content. Bye-bye now.
Hello, my name is Jonas Turner, and in this video I'm going to talk about how we introduced lore elements into the music of ScourgeBringer. Upon seeing concepts and hearing about the world of ScourgeBringer, I thought that the ScourgeBringer itself needed its own theme, a melody, something that would play throughout the game, all the way from the main menu until the end of the game. Something that introduces a familiar element in each world, yet underlines that there's something forever haunting. I didn't want the main menu to feel static. I wanted it to feel alive. So I decided to make a song where the instruments change independently of each other, as well as reacting to whatever the player is doing in the menu. Truly a presence that follows the player wherever they go, corrupting everything it touches. I was feeling the idea so much that I even hid it inside some of the sound effects too. Okay, enough about the menu. So, when entering the game, the music is divided into 2 tracks per world. One stereo track being the exploration music, and one stereo track being the battle music. The idea being that the music breathes and adjusts to the player's tempo in a way. And I thought that making 2 separate, yet same songs could be interesting to explore, as the pacing of the game catered to that thought in my opinion. Essentially what I did was to assemble the song so that when various moments happen in the music on either layer, the exploration or the battle layer, they would both change or do something there, like a fill from a musical instrument, or change the music part, often sharing the same patterns or melodies. This video I will be talking specifically about the exploration music, the music with which I tried to paint the lore of the world the player is in, telling small stories about the setting with the music. Here, the player enters the game for the first time, a tutorial area that teaches the player how to play the game. This level is a precursor for the chiming tree, a place of rest where the player will eventually gather chiming bells to. I thought to introduce bell-like sounds here, as if the chiming tree is calling for the player, guiding it to safety. We also introduced bells into the level that the player can interact with. The chiming tree, a place of rest. Here the main instrument is a mandolin and a mixture of various resonances, in some sense depicting the various pathways you're about to enter. The idea being that the mandolin is another like-minded being awaiting the player at the chiming tree, with the finger symbols depicting the bells of the tree as well, placing a sense of ease and trust, yet have the twisting resonant sounds reminding the player that there's a lot to see still. The Entangled Ingress is a place with a bunch of vegetation, devils, demons, maggots, and all manners of nasty beings and machines. I wanted to mix acoustic instruments and electronic gadgets to make a nice pumping groove. Here the theme of the ScourgeBringer is very much present in the chord and melody choices, welcoming the player to its embrace. Still Bastion, a place with talking robot heads in a freezing world where time itself seems frozen. Here I wanted to shift the focus from a warm, pulsing rhythm into a more cold, raspier sound set. I came up with a talking head idea for this world's enemies from a sound design perspective. And with the music I thought to paint their tale, how they got left behind in a cold, still bastion. Depicting the tale of the talking heads, I played guitars through a vocal filter and some warbly electric pianos. Again, the theme of the ScourgeBringer is present. The Wasted Pit, a toxic sewer. I wanted the music to tell about all the various paths in this world. Millions of pipes and tunnels leading in, creating an ever-changing ecosystem living within its fumes. I didn't want to make a gritty and grimy track, rather make something hectic yet beautiful and mysterious, depicting the wild nature of the place. I decided to try a 7/4 time signature here, as the cyclical nature of it felt fitting to me, like a pipe exhausting fumes and then releasing them in a cyclical pattern, or water flowing rapidly where there's seemingly a stable rhythm, but it always sways just a little. I used an instrument called aheng for the main riff, and tried to play it in a Western musical key, but due to the fretless or microtonal nature of it, it's always close but not quite, which to me sounded nice with the rest of the instruments contrasting it a bit. The living walls. The walls are jello and their eyes blink. All these mushrooms around that squeak when touched. This world is turning and evolving, ever growing. That is exactly what I wanted to depict with the music too. At the time, I was heavily listening to various forms of fusion music, be it jazz, world music, psychedelic music, you name it. And luckily that kind of a sound would fit here well, in my opinion. I thought that the world itself is not a danger, it's just growth doing its thing. So I used more evolving textures with a synthesizer that had a evolving pattern to it, alongside more freeform instruments flying in and out of the mix. But the angry robots and spiders you meet, they are the danger. So I put the angry ScourgeBringer theme lore stuff more into the battle layer. The old world, or rather, the grand remnants of the old world. Majestic orchestral tones to depict that there once was resistance against the ScourgeBringer. But eventually the instruments turn mysterious and tell a tale of demise. In the end, you can hear the chiming tree telling you to move on, with the ScourgeBringer entangling around the chimes, eventually silencing them. The roots of chaos. Right under the chiming tree, there's a secret rooted within. A pathway that takes you even further to uncover the secrets of the ScourgeBringer. Here I thought, as it's the reverse of the chiming tree, it's not there to help you, it's the opposite, it's the real deal. So I thought that it would be interesting to reverse the chiming tree track and see how that feels. And to be honest, it fit the mood great in my opinion, so I left it like that. The Beyond. A look behind the curtains, a mysterious and alien world. The guitars play the main theme in a hazy way, representing the player character's mind being close to the grand secret of the ScourgeBringer. You can hear the theme being represented in various ways, from chords to patterns to melodies. You are close to the finale. I didn't want this to be too dramatic, rather be more mysterious and inviting in a sense, yet tell a tale of destruction. There are multiple different endings in the game that you can unlock with their own music, but I leave those for your own imagination and speculation. Alright gang, I hope this might help you in any way, or if you're just interested in general, I hope you found it interesting. Feel free to pop me a message or a follow on Twitter at Kissa3, or on YouTube, Jonas Turner, or both. Yeah, both. No stress, no worries. Let's rock and roll. You can find the game on pretty much all the stores, and check the music out on Bandcamp. Vinyls are coming out soon too, so keep your eyes peeled. Have a good one. Bye.
Hello everyone and welcome to our little show. My name is Piotr Bomak and I am the community manager for Exor Studios, the creators of the Riftbreaker. Joining us today is Marcin Pukaluk, the composer and sound designer behind all the sounds that make the audio background for our game. Marcin, thank you for joining us.
Hi Piotr, thank you for having me. Yes, I'm the man behind the Riftbreaker's music and sound effects, and as a composer and sound designer, I spend my days writing and recording music and sound effects for this wonderful game.
You are both a composer and a sound designer. How did you start doing this? What's your background?
I have a very strong musicological background, and actually it's not my first experience in the field of game music and sound designing. I have scored several titles so far. There are some mobile games, hidden object puzzle adventure, and time management titles among them. What I would like to bring particular attention to two of them. The first is Scarlet Mysteries for Artifex Mundi, and the second one is The Crossroad. You can find these games on Steam.
All right, and why are these your favorites?
Because I'm very proud of my music for these games.
It's good to be proud of your work, and you have things to be proud of. Okay, so the Riftbreaker, being a strategy game full of action and hack and slash, it's a lot different than those games that you worked on before. So, what made you pick up this challenge? What made you make the jump?
I have always wanted to work on a project like this because the Riftbreaker is a very big challenge for one person. On the other hand, it gave me the opportunity to create my own sonic world, and that's what motivated me the most.
Oh yes, you created a very coherent and cohesive world that all fits together very well. We started off working on music for the game. What were your inspirations while creating music for the Riftbreaker?
After many conversations with Wojtek from Exor Studios, I knew from the beginning that the music had to be very epic, with monumental parts of string and brass section. But on the other hand, it had to be industrial and modern at the same time. So I thought to myself that it would be great to combine some elements from classical music with some industrial stuff. So this kind of mix seemed to fit the gameplay really well. So that's why we decided to do it that way.
Great stuff. One thing that we wanted you to create for us, for the Riftbreaker, was a theme, because when we listened to soundtracks from other games or from films, there was always the best soundtracks always had a theme, like, you know, in James Bond or Star Wars. You hear it and you immediately recognize it. So that was one of the things that you did, and you did it really well. We love the Riftbreaker main theme, and it comes back many times in various pieces that are the soundtrack for the game. Was it difficult to work with a theme? Was it a very limiting factor for you?
Composing the Riftbreaker's music theme was one of the most important part of the music production process, because it's what determines the whole score, what characterizes the mood of the game. So I have to admit that making tracks based on this music theme took me a lot of time. But sometimes it just made things easier, because sometimes it's better to limit your option, mainly in the music structure. So I would say that it depends on the situation.
That is very important piece of knowledge. You know, limiting becoming a factor that makes it a bit easier to work with. What does your routine look like? How do you compose music? Do you first write sheet music, or do you go to a keyboard and start jamming? How do you do it?
Normally, I start with creating a melody because it's what 90% of your listeners will focus on. Then I spend some time at the piano, adding some harmony. And after that, I start experimenting with instrumentation. I program most of my instruments. I mean, even if I use my analog synthesizers, I just record their samples and throw them to much more advanced digital synthesizers because therefore I have much more flexibility in my creative process.
Oh yes, the various plugins and instrument libraries
Yes.
allow for such great degree of flexibility. Okay, apart from music, you also created the sound effects for the game. All the footsteps, weapon sounds, creature sounds. Was it your first experience designing sound effects for a game?
No. Actually, it's not my first experience in this field. I made a lot of sound effects to my previous projects, but I have to say that the Riftbreaker helped me lift my sound designer skills on a completely higher level.
All right. What kind of sounds were the most challenging for you? Which of them did you have to spend the most time on?
I think that creating these sound effects was a very demanding task, especially creating of sound sets for every creature on the Galatea 37. I mean, every monster needed to have its own sound identification. Sounds like death, attack, or run. And they have to be coherent with each other at the same time. So it was very difficult.
Yes, we do have a lot of monsters in the game. Do you have a favorite one?
I like them all.
Diplomatic answer. Okay. So as you said, and as I said before, the Riftbreaker right now, the music in it and the sound effects, they all create this nice and coherent mix, and it all fits very well. Is there anything that you would like to add to this?
Yes, there is one thing I would like to do in the future. I would like to make a song based on the Riftbreaker's music theme. I mean, the real song with a real lyric and wonderful female vocal performance. I think it would be very, very interesting, and I think that the Riftbreaker deserves it.
All right, I think that would be very interesting to see. I mean, I would love to hear it and see it, because, of course, it needs a good music video. And right now, you are actually working on some music for our first expansion, the Riftbreaker Metal Terror. It's a bit different from the other music tracks for the Riftbreaker, right?
Yes, I would say that it has a very heavy metal vibe. and with lots of electric guitars and very strong percussion. So
Yes.
I hope gamers will like it.
Well, I can tell you that I love it. Okay, Marcin, thank you very much for talking to me. Please let us know where we can listen to your music and maybe tell the viewers where they can find you.
You can find me on YouTube or check out my website. The link is below.
Okay, it was great talking to you. Thank you very much. And thank you to everyone watching. We will see you next time.
Hello, Save and Sound. Thank you so much to Bedtime Digital Games for putting on this event and for hosting us today. My name is Laysara, and I am the co-founder and creative director at Silverstring Media. Joining me is the lead composer at Silverstring, Devin Vibert. We're here to talk about our game Glitchhikers: The Spaces Between. It's a liminal space simulator, specifically trying to capture the feeling and phenomena of late-night journeys. There's no pressure, no failure, no optimal path. No journey is exactly the same. It's an introspective and free-form game where the player selects from 4 types of journeys, slips into that liminal space, and has a unique experience traveling into their own thoughts, guided by the characters they meet along the way. You can think of it a bit like a glitchy, surreal tarot deck turned into architectures and encounters that are shuffled and served up across journey-themed spreads. On the other hand, Glitchhikers could also be thought of as a chill interactive music video for 4 linked concept albums: The Highway, The Path, The Railway, and The Terminal. Devin, would you mind telling us a little bit about each of these journeys and the sounds and experiences that people can expect to find there?
Absolutely. The music you hear on The Highway it's very chill and meditative. A little bit weird at times. You'll hear this kind of mosaic of distorted sounds and slightly twisted audio. Conversely, The Path is a lot more upbeat. That journey, there's more of a focus on the present and nature and wonder, and it's just generally a little more dancey, I guess is what I'd say. And then we have The Railway, which is, the sound is a lot more warm and folksy, a bit more comfortable. And yeah, we've spoken about these 3 journeys in our past live stream, the sights and sounds of Glitchhikers. But today I would love to focus more in on the Terminal, which is this sort of ethereal, looping vaporwave behemoth that slowly morphs and adds and removes parts and instruments depending not just where in the space a player is traveling, but how they're traveling as well. And I'm super excited to dig into a bit more of how that works.
So effectively, what we wanted to do was have the entire terminal function as a giant bespoke player-controlled synthesizer. When we started to discuss how we wanted the mode to be, what we wanted its character to be, how we wanted the sound to work, I was really watching a lot of YouTube modular synthesizer videos, where a big feature of those often is someone with this massive, wall-sized modular synth that they set up and they just let it run for hours on end, and it just kind of makes its own music permutating through everything. And I thought that's really beautiful, and it would be cool to invite someone into a space that functioned like a modular synth. So you take this bespoke modular synthesizer that's designed from the ground up to favor samples, time stretching, reverb soaked, vaporwave and ambient sensibilities. You plug it up, you get it all set up to go, and then you hand it over to somebody else and you let them handle the controls. And as they make the changes, music is happening in a way that they can predict and learn to operate it like an instrument, even if they don't understand fully how it all works. So Devin, would you like to talk a little bit about how we made good on this ambitious vision?
Yeah, absolutely. So there are basically three core elements that make up the music in this mode. There's this very ethereal vapor that is almost completely unchanging throughout the journey. And then there are also some drum and bass loops that play. The vapor stays constant through a single playthrough, but it is pulled from a pool of other options. And the same goes for the drums and bass. And in fact, there's about 180 different combinations that are possible of drum and bass styles and of vapor styles. Now, depending on how you move around the space, the drum and bass lines will play different things. When you're stationary, it's at its most calm. When you start walking, as you can hear, we've got a bit more of an active bass and drum line playing. And in fact, when you jump, it also affects the audio. It throws a filter and some reverb on it, and you get this kind of cool kind of opening and clamping down of the sound. And in fact, if you just keep jumping, it turns the whole thing into this giant, like kind of soupy mess. If that's the sound you like, then go for it. No judgment here. And you can also eventually you get the ability to fly in this mode, which can potentially it does some other stuff to the audio. And you can see right now as we go across the travelators, they have a bearing on the sound as well. They speed up and slow down the vapor as though you're hitting fast forward on it. And you can combine some of these effects to do crazy stuff. Like if we jump here, it's gonna do some really wonky stuff with that vapor.
I love that sound so much. I'm so glad that we're showcasing that here, because it's one of my favorite things to do.
Yeah, there's lots of weird audio manipulation going on, and in fact, even the state that the moon is in can have some bearing on the audio quality in this mode. But I think, sorry, one thing that I've kind of skipped over up to this point is an important element of the audioscape is there are other hikers in this scene, and
do not let the structures around you confine you. You decide how to move through this space.
Thanks for that, Kieran. There's hikers scattered around the space, and they emit their own looping audio. And actually, you can, even if you don't see a hiker, you might be able to hear that audio, and you can use it to figure out where they are. So if I listen here. Okay, I hear hiker 12 and I hear hiker 14 off in the distance. So let's go say hi to hiker 14.
While we're going to do that, what we heard a little bit earlier was one of the voiceover interjections that are kind of guided meditation snippets coming in from one of the talking heads on the televisions.
Let's see if we can hear. Yeah, okay, so hiker 14 emits some frenetic synths that are representative of the various pets that this hiker is looking after. And we hear a little tiny clip of the bass line from Jellyfishin, because this hiker also plays the bass. So each hiker has just this kind of unique sound tied to their personality or their experiences in some way. See if I'm getting close to Hiker 12 because the bass is getting louder. Here we are. So Hiker 12, different sound. You hear like a bass line and this kind of acidic sounding sawtooth sound in the background there. So again, these are representative of the hiker's personality and some of the experiences that they might bring to the table during their conversation. And sometimes the audio that they emit subtly changes as you approach or converse with them as well. I don't want to give too much away in terms of specifics, but that is a thing that happened. Yeah, the only other thing that I would love to talk about really quick here is as you're wandering this space, you may come across these random objects, just seemingly like discarded or clearly out of place. And these objects, if you interact with them, they themselves generate their own unique audio effects. Let's see if there's probably, I saw the globe. So if you interact with one of these, we refer to them as chimes, but they're basically another toy that you can play with as you do your thing in the terminal.
These basically function like one-shots that fire into the effects bank and repeat at varying intervals with decay and delay. Yeah, and they're all different. Some of them sound like gritty and harsh like this one does. Others are really nice. Oh, let's see what this giant hammer does. Okay, so yeah, that one's a bit different. They don't necessarily line up with the music in the terminal, but you can definitely play with them and achieve that. And you can also like just spam them if that's your jam. And as you continue walking around, you'll hear these like weird permutations of the initial audio that you heard as it gets more and more distorted and warped. So it's just another set of buttons that you can push and play with as you explore the space. So I think we've covered the basics. This isn't everything you can find in this journey type, but we invite you to explore this journey and explore other ways that you can create your own soundscape in it. Yes, thank you all so much for joining us as we explore the music of the terminal. But there is so much more music in this whole game. Over 4.5 hours, 71 songs across those 4 concept albums we talked about. The terminal, the path, the railway, and the highway, as well as a 5th bonus album of 10 guest anthology tracks that are incredible. You can hear all of this music in the base game, and you can also grab the complete soundtrack with the deluxe GlitchPod bundle on Steam. It's on sale right now for Save and Sound. It's a great deal. Consider checking it out. But for now, I think we should say goodbye. Shall we say goodbye, Devin?
Bye, everybody!
Hey everyone, welcome back. Outbreak Island is available for wishlist. ScourgeBringer is 50% off. The Riftbreaker is available for purchase and has a demo as well. Glitchhikers is on sale right now. Shout out to Claris in chat. It's very lovely to have you here. Have you bought any games during Save and Sound yet? If so, which ones? Let me know, I'm curious. We also are featuring some participants from last year's edition. It's at the bottom of the Save and Sound Steam event page, so please make sure to go check that out. There's a bunch of games and soundtracks on sale, so if you're curious, go check it out. We are now at block 5 of today's show, and we've got some incredibly nice pieces of content for this next one. So don't go anywhere, please. Up next, Botanicula, a humor-filled indie adventure game by Amanita Design, is celebrating its 10-year anniversary, actually. So, in honor, they concocted an incredible performance for us to witness tonight. Then we'll have Timberborn, a city-building game containing high amounts of wood, who gathered members from its community to do a cover of its soundtrack. Nice. And to finish off this section, we'll see The Last Spell, a tactical RPG base builder. They'll be having a quaint little chat about the game's audio design. I'm Hans, your host for Save and Sound, and I'll see you after this one.
Did you know that the beaver is the second largest rodent in the world after the capybara, that it can stay underwater for 15 minutes and that its iron-rich teeth never stop growing? Well, now you know. And this is what a regular ordinary beaver does. And this is what the Timberborn beavers do. They not only cut trees but also grow their own fields and forests. To be able to do that, they irrigate the land using the industrial-grade dams, pumps and reservoirs. And speaking of industry, their timber technology is quite advanced. It also allows them to build massive settlements using vertical architecture. Their ultimate goal is simple though, to survive in an arid wasteland where humans are long gone and droughts hit hard. And now you're about to learn that they also record the sea shanties. That's right. By the way, the beavers do not eat fish. Hi, my name is Michał and I'm the Communication Manager for Timberborn, the Beaver City Builder. In a moment you will hear, for the first time ever, the shores of Beaver Bay. It's a very special arrangement of a 19th century sea shanty called the Shores of Botany Bay. We have recorded this together with our awesome community. But first, we want to tell you how the Shores of Beaver Bay came to be. The music for the game was composed in 2021 by Zofia Domaradzka, and we've heard a lot of praise for Timberborn's soundtrack. But how does one set out to compose a music for a post-apocalyptic game with super intelligent beavers? Well, who's better to answer this question than the composer herself? Let's hear from Zofia Domaradzka.
Before starting work on Timberborn's soundtrack, we had a conversation with the dev team about what emotions we want to convey, and we wanted to bring emotions of hardship, hard work, but also everyday life and living along nature. So I decided I would build the soundtrack on the string quartet. They're very versatile instruments, and then they can bring the roughness when you need it, but also they can sing beautiful melodies, and if you have possibility of recording them live like we had, you can try to achieve very interesting, not typical sounds with them. The game is divided into wet season and dry season. And in wet season, there's a full set of instruments, so string quartet, also woodwinds, and guitar, and sometimes piano, and sometimes orchestral sections. So it's more peaceful. There are more melodies, but also it's more present rhythmically sometimes in some pieces. Whereas in the dry season, I was aiming at this nothingness, minimalism, and a little bit of tension because, well, it's maybe dangerous is too much of a word, but it's a time where you're anticipating something. So I was imagining like lying on a meadow in summer and hearing just the insects flying around, and that's it. So we have some atonal ideas in woodwinds, but also some string instruments that are playing. For example, which I was playing a tremolo, imitating this fly that is flying around. And I also recorded some objects myself, like wooden knocks, or like scratching a string, or knives that are percussion in one of the pieces. So the idea was to take the melody of the shanty and have a piece of music that would refer to Timberborn soundtrack. And of course it's different than the soundtrack itself because it's a song, so it has a completely different dynamics. But the intro and outro are a bit similar. I use the same instruments, and the middle of it, of course, it has vocals of the community, and we have guitar part recorded by Chicory, who also recorded mandolin at the end of it, so it gives it a little bit of the shanty feel. And that's how it was made.
Okay, but what's the deal with the sea shanties, you may ask? To answer this question, we have Synthron, one of the lead vocalists in the Timberborn community.
Shanties were used as work songs on sailing ships. For example, there are a lot of different types. The capstan shanty, the halyard shanty, the stamp and go shanty, and so on. From the last category, the probably most known one is What Shall We Do to the Drunken Sailor? Everyone knows this, right? And these songs were used to organize and synchronize the workforce on the ships. For example, for hoisting the sails, for operating the capstan, or just doing mundane tasks like scrubbing the deck, hauling stuff, etc. And since the beavers are dependent on water just as sailors are, I thought, hey, perfect fit, right? And so I tried it, and I beaverified the lyrics for a song, and the song was then called When the Drought Will Come. Der Houy made some harmonies for it because he liked it, he liked the idea, and he liked the concept, and he likes to sing. And the devs absolutely loved the outcome, and they made a music video for this song.
It's a damn tough life full of drought and strife we beavers undergo.
After some other songs on the Discord, we made the release song. This was a surprise project for the devs. Just one single dev was with us in the boat, so to speak. And yeah, there were some awesome Discord members who helped progress the project. In just 4 days, we wrote the lyrics, we recorded everything, we mixed it together, and just 2 hours before the early access, we released it on Discord, and the devs were blown away by it.
Everybody!
And basically this project is the precursor to what you are hearing today. Have fun and enjoy.
Oh, I'm sure we will. But before we do, let's ask Houy, our other lead vocalist in the community, about how we created the shores of Beaver Bay.
Started in January 2022, Miami approached us and said, hey, we plan to make an adaptation of a shanty because of the amazing creations you guys created, and we would love to do this in a collaboration with Zofia, which is the composer of the original soundtrack for Timberborn, by the way, and the community. And I was like, hell yeah, this will be awesome. Following that, we had long discussions together about what song can we use because of the copyright. The chorus must be relatively easy so people can join and sing to it, and it needs to adapt very well to Beaver lyrics. The song we came up with was Botany Bay. We had a Discord video meeting which was very interesting to see and directly talk to the actual people involved. The entire process of how do we start this was also discussed, and we agreed on Zofia creates the song first and then we add lyrics and the recordings. We also talked about what do we want another lead, do we want harmonies at all, do we provide multiple octave versions or harmonies to sing along. In the end, we kept it simple and it was a very good choice, especially for the community to avoid confusion. Zofia often checked the recordings and she had a very specific idea in mind how it should sound. So we worked on pronunciation, legato or not, timings, which specific notes should we change, so everything fits together as nice as possible and people having it easier to sing to. It was quite a long process because everyone involved had not that much free time to figure that out.
Okay, enough with the teasing. Please enjoy the world premiere of The Shores of Beaver Bay, the one and only Lumberpunk sea shanty, recorded together with our awesome community.
I walk my way down to the stream where the water flows along, to the little lawns and branches to make our big dam strong.
With the reservoirs of water we can drink every day. When the drought arrives, the plant still thrives, surviving in Beaver Bay. Good morning, little beavers. Good morning, happy life. Let's build a big and mighty dam before a drought arrives. With plenty trees for shopping, we'll block the water's way. In the river bank, keeping this land wet, living here in Beaver Bay.
Our need for power is growing. With hamster wheels we start, then use the river's current. Not working hard but smart.
Now Mother Nature's helping, wind power all away. And with some steam we can use an engine working here in Beaver Bay. Good morning, little beavers. Good morning, happy life. Let's build a big and mighty dam before a drought arrives. With plenty trees for shopping, we'll block the water's way. In the river bank, keeping this land wet, living here in Beaver Bay. Expanding our colony, the districts need some food. Carrots, bread and pastries are boosting our mood. Maple syrup on crackers, every beaver's a gourmet. We'll feed our kids, no need for grits, feasting here in Beaver Bay. Good morning, little beavers. Good morning, happy life. Let's build a big and mighty dam before a drought arrives. With plenty trees for shopping, we'll block the water's way. In the river bank, keeping this land wet, living here in Beaver Bay.
And when the drought is coming, the river's going dry. The soil turns into barren land, the temperature goes high.
But we prepared all season long, so this will rule a day. With stocks of food and full water tanks, swimming here in Beaver Bay. Good morning, little beavers. Good morning, happy life. Let's build a big and mighty dam before a drought arrives. With plenty trees for shopping, we'll block the water's way. In the river bank, keeping this land
Hello everyone, so here we are Ishtar Games, so I'm Benjamin, producer on The Last Spell.
Yeah, and I'm Thomas, the lead game designer.
And we are with our composer, so Remy, can you introduce you?
Hi. So my name is Remy, I made the music for The Last Spell, and I'm also known for my project, The Algorithm.
Yes.
And thanks for having me.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we're really glad we're having you today for this video.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. So yeah, so we are here to talk about music. So maybe I can start with telling the story of how we met on this project. So basically, at the beginning of the development, we had the intention about the music for The Last Spell. We wanted something very dynamic, which is quite odd for tactical RPG, but we thought it could be nice to have some music that bumps your head when you play. So yeah, we thought about some bands we like Carpenter Brut, Perturbator, music that mix some metal elements with electronics. And we started sending mails to some bands, and we were very surprised because a lot of bands answered us. We never.
That was really cool.
Yeah, that was really cool. Very surprising. Unfortunately, we had to say no to a lot of bands, but yeah, it was pretty surprising. So Remy responded to us, and it was our top choice. So maybe you can explain, Remy, how you feel with this proposition.
So I remember at first what the dev team asked me was to do like music for the trailer.
Yeah,
or something like that.
That was right. Yeah.
Yeah, that was the first requirement, and so there was no like playable version of the game by then. There was only like designs, I think, and like mock-ups.
Yeah, I think we sent you a pitch deck. So the things we sent to editors and publishers.
Yeah, publishers and try to get some money. And,
and we sent it to you also, and it was just that.
So that's all you had. You had the concept and maybe some concept arts or something like that, but that's it.
Yeah, there was some artworks.
Yeah.
And I thought it looked really cool. And I saw that you made also a lot of other games in the past.
Yeah.
So I thought, okay, they seem pretty serious and they have a lot of experience. So it seems like a good bet, you know.
Yeah.
And I was very excited at first.
Sure,
I almost didn't believe that, that my music would fit with this type of game at first.
Yeah.
But then it sort of made sense in the end. But yeah, it was really cool to get this offer.
Yeah, maybe we can talk about your music because it's right. You do some. Your universe is more like cyberpunk or electronic, futuristic, and we are in a dark fantasy.
Yeah, it's medieval.
So maybe you can explain how you overcome this challenge.
It's definitely a different approach. So with the algorithm, the music I make is, like you said, a lot more cyberpunk, and I try to make things sound as robotic as possible.
Yeah.
And I think with The Last Spell, because it's set in a medieval fantasy universe, I had to think about how to incorporate real instruments and how to make things sound more natural in a way. So it's definitely a very different approach. But I think that's what I liked at first, because it's always interesting to try something new.
Yeah, sure.
And
I think you gain more confidence with the music because, for example, in one of the last music, you used some acoustic guitar in the music, so I found it very interesting, and some violin, etc., which at first were not in the music. I remember the first music you sent to us was very electronics, and we made it a month later to match better our universe.
Yeah,
So
that's also what was interesting about our workflow is there was not a lot of back and forth about.
Yeah.
Like you really gave me a lot of freedom to do whatever I wanted, but you gave me enough directions to try and go in a more natural and not synthetic way, which was very cool. I thought.
Yeah, I just remember Mathieu repeatedly saying that he wants more guitar on the music.
Like, when is he gonna have guitars? Please, more guitars.
Yeah, I remember Houy was saying that to me, like, on iMail every now and then.
Yeah,
every month.
It was like, don't be afraid.
Telling me, yeah, exactly. That's the word he used. Yeah.
Yeah, and it was towards the end of the development, before launching the early access, you gave to us all the music you made, but with more guitars and bass. I remember that it was really surprising for us to rediscover all the musics.
It was really nice. But we didn't expect that at all.
Yeah.
It's like, to us, the previous soundtracks, the previous tracks were like all done.
Yeah.
And then you arrived at the end and said, yeah, okay, I reworked them all, and wow!
I changed everything. It's like, I think it took some time to really get the atmosphere of the game, and also to see like more gameplay. I think it really helped me with like knowing what is the balance between being like dynamic but slow at the same time.
Yeah, sure.
How much guitar you need, the sort of things.
Yeah.
It really took some time, but in the end, I think it really worked out really well.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, a lot of people say to us that they always go with their head. When we saw people play the game on Twitch, always the head.
Yeah, you cannot. They can't hide it.
Yeah. So as we said, we added 6 new musics for the last update. It lasts several months since the release of the game.
It's been a lot of time since you last designed some tracks.
So maybe you can explain to us. It was difficult to return on this universe, because you are working on your album as well at the same time. So
I wouldn't say it was difficult. At the contrary, because I had a lot of time to think about it and like maybe get a lot of hindsight, like to really, it's like the idea matured in my head. So it's like what you said with the acoustic guitar, it's something that I didn't think about before. But as time went by, I thought, it actually makes a lot of sense to add guitar in this song. Fits, and so I think it was at the contrary very positive for me to come back to the soundtrack after some time, because I had like a lot of fresher ideas, and a more solid approach to the soundtrack, which was I had a lot of fun making those tracks as well.
Yeah,
especially the one with a lot of acoustic guitar.
Yeah.
This one was really fun to make.
And the good thing as well, I think, it's that after those few months, you had the confirmation that it was working really well with the reception, the critics and stuff. So you know it's not just you or us. It's working really well with the game. So
yeah, it's like the confidence that you gain from like reception is really helps to go even deeper in the ideas. You feel like, okay, people like this, I'm just gonna put even more things like that. It's like it's very cool feeling.
It happens the same with us with the game design also, because players validate our ideas and we can push them further because of that. And also it adds a lot of pressure, but
it's that in a good way.
Yeah, it's a good pressure.
For sure.
So maybe you can tell us which song did you prefer to work on? Why?
I can think of a few tracks. So there's one called The Great War, that is like this epic track with a lot of violence and a lot going on. And I don't know, just the atmosphere of this track really was like I was in a very good state when I was working on this, and I really wanted to make things very epic. and I was headbanging alone for hours, listening to the same loop over and over. So it was like a good time to make that. Also, in the newer tracks, like I said, the one with the acoustic guitar was like was a lot of fun to make. Trying to draw inspiration from like Opeth or like.
Oh yeah. I can see that. And yeah, it was funny because we saw your tweet on Twitter about your acoustic part. I remember, and yeah, you didn't tell us that you were working on this, and we were like, "Is it for us?"
And we were listening to it to the extract, and I was like, it could be for us. It could be for us, and it would be great.
Sorry, I give fans more previews than you.
Yeah, but it's really fun to because we make theories about this.
And I think we had the news by you a few days after, or like a week, something like that, and we were like, yeah, we knew it.
Yeah. But we do the same with you also, like because we don't send you so much news about the game. We work independently. So yeah, you said Great Wars and maybe another?
Maybe in the newer tracks, also Old Wood, which it has like this very, I don't know, I would say almost like sludgy rock kind of feel that is almost like different than one I've done before. That was like more metal, I guess.
Yeah, sure.
It's like always when I'm trying something new and trying like a new direction, it's always like the tracks that I tend to prefer, because obviously that's where you explore things and have some fun. But to be honest, I've had fun with all the tracks, like also the atmospheric ones, the one that play during the day parts of the game.
Sure. It's very different.
But also really fun to make because, like I said, it's a very different approach to like composing robotic music. It's about like making violins as natural as possible, and adding like just a little elements every now and then, rather than trying to go all in and like. Just a wall of sound. It's a very different approach, and I really enjoyed doing that.
Cool.
I have to admit that in my heart, I still really love the Commandos theme, which is the actual first one you made for us, the teaser one, the one we use in the main menu. And every time I start the game, so I'm just waiting a little bit before playing, because I know it's gonna cut the track. So
yeah, it's funny because there's a lot of YouTube comments saying like exactly the same thing.
Yeah, that's right. And for me it's distant memories, because it's also the first one you said us, but for the gameplay. And there was a lot of iteration, and like I said, I was very surprised when you send us the final version before the launch of the releases, and it was more metal and a little bit dancing part. It's really impressive. Maybe we can talk about how challenging it is to make songs for video games, because it's not the same as making an album. Maybe you can tell us which challenge you had to overcome.
Well, it's a little bit like I said earlier, with like having a different approach to making my own projects. But what I would add is, like, in terms of pressure, I would say it's a very different kind of pressure, because when I'm making music on my own, it's like if it doesn't sound good, it doesn't matter. It's I'm the only one that's impacted by that. But in the case of the game, like, you have like this whole team working on this game, and I have to do my best to bring the best of the atmosphere, and making everyone proud. And it's a different kind of pressure, but I think it's a good one. And at first I thought it would be like a bigger challenge than it was, but in the end, because you know, the walkthrough that we had and the reception from the players was so good that it didn't feel like a challenge so much. It felt natural in a way. So
yeah,
that's really great.
Yeah,
I think I'm really happy with with everything we did with this project, and I would do it again, like without even hesitating 1 second.
That's really nice. And as we said, like, we've been really independent. Like, you do your stuff. Usually we tell you, like, we need a few more tracks, and you do your stuff, and you send those to us. And usually it's actually like we are already banging the head just when downloading the new archive. So it works really well.
Yeah.
There was a little bit of back and forth in the beginning, maybe like just because we were still trying to find the direction for the sound. But once we got it, it felt like I could just send you tracks and you were like, "Yep, that's good."
It works.
Perfect.
Perfect. 2 more, please.
I remember also the music for the Oraculum, which is more surprising in the game. It's also a different part of the game, so the music had to be different, and you really nailed it with all the chords and the atmosphere.
Drones.
Drones.
It was a fun one too. It's very different from the rest of the game. I feel like.
Yeah.
But the choirs really add to the atmosphere.
Yeah. I guess that's it for today. Yeah, we talk about a lot of stuff.
Yeah. No, that's it. I think
So
we're really glad to have you there, because even though we work together, we actually don't talk too much.
Yeah, that's right. And we saw you once in concert.
Yeah, in a concert before we started working together.
Yeah,
just before COVID.
Before COVID.
Before COVID. When concert was still a thing.
Yeah. So bye. And,
thank you for having us and talking with us here.
Yeah, and thank you all for listening to this video.
I hope you like it.
Yes. Yeah, definitely. Thank you for having me. It was a pleasure.
Yeah. Bye.
Bye. Thanks.
Hello, and thanks for asking, Josiah. I'm actually doing pretty well tonight. All right. Here we go. We are back for the final hosting segment of tonight. Timberborn is available for purchase and early access. The last spell is 20% off. And this is it. It's the end of day 3 of Save and Sound. But we still actually have 2 more content pieces to go tonight. More on that later. I just want to shout out to everyone in the audience. I appreciate each and one of you for joining Save and Sound, our little celebration of audio and music and games. You will not be seeing me after this segment, as this is indeed the last hosting part of the day, but I will be right back here at 10 a.m. PDT, 7 p.m. CEST, live on YouTube and Twitch and Steam. Day 4 of Save and Sound, tomorrow. But now, next up, No Straight Roads Encore Edition, a rockin' action adventure with a kick-ass soundtrack who will be showcasing the game itself and, of course, its soundtrack. We will end the show today with 30 Birds, a beautiful hand-painted adventure, and collector Tidal, who will be talking about the game's audio design and in-game instruments. So day 3, done. It's been beautiful. I'm glad that everyone in chat is having as much fun as we are. I've been your host, Hans, and see you tomorrow. Bye-bye now.
Today, we stand up against NSR.
You are so naive to think that rock is still relevant.
We are gonna hijack their concert. Let's rock a It's time we fight EDM with the power of rock.
DJ Subatomic Supernova!
All of us can see our future clearly. All of us live life wisely. Just live a life till we die. Don't even know what we like. Go under, go under. All of us can see our future clearly. All of us live life wisely. Just live a life till we die. Don't even know what we like.
Hello everyone, I am Folk. I am the music director for No Straight Roads. With me are James Landino and Pishman Rusbe, who worked with me on the music. We're missing Andy Tons all over in UK, and the four of us basically work together on a lot of stuff. So a little bit about me, I've done a lot of different things in the umbrella of audio. Specifically, like I said, I'm music director for NSR. I have mixed a lot of games and anime. I mixed for Final Fantasy, I mixed for Mid and Abyss. I've done a bunch of composition as well for Malaysian games. Happy to be here to share a little bit about behind the scenes. So guys, introduce yourselves.
Hey guys, I'm Pejman Rusbe, also known as Funk Fiction. I compose music alongside Falk and James and Andy for No Straight Roads, and everything from Crypt of the Necrodancer to Epitasis, currently with the upcoming game Gigabash, Kaiju Brawler, all the way back to the Sonic fan games BTS and ATS. So good friends with these guys and really happy to be here.
Yeah, hi everyone. I'm James Landino. I'm a music composer and DJ. I've worked on video games for almost 20 years now on a lot of music projects, such as Rock Band, Citus 2, Tunism, No Straight Roads, definitely one of them with these guys. I've also worked on anime series such as Ruby and Tower God, and I also remix a lot of music for electronic labels for Sony, Avex, and Masuka.
Alongside the composition team, which is us, we were joined by the incredible people at Inbound Audio, who both did the sound effects for No Straight Roads and also implemented our music and took all our crazy ideas and all the crazy dev ideas. They have a lot of behind the scenes videos for NSR out as well. Down below, we should have a text link to some of their stuff which is already on YouTube, so check that out as well. I cannot stress how much of an incredible job they did both on the implementation and the sound effects side. So a little bit about No Straight Roads. It's an action adventure game based on music, and when I say based on music, I have to make it very clear that it is not a rhythm game. The concept is it wants to capitalize on people's innate ability to move along to music. For example, when a chorus is coming up, you can count 1, 2, 3, 4, and then you jump into the chorus with like singing along and all that. You don't really need to be studying music to do that. And the game really wants to capitalize on that to deliver its user experience, which is an action-adventure game. A little bit of the setting. It's set in a city called Vinyl City, and the whole concept of the game is a clash of genres. At the start of the game, the two protagonists, a drummer and a guitarist, they are attending an audition and they get rejected because they play rock. And the big boss of the company says, sorry, no, we only do EDM here, you guys are out. Never ever play rock in my presence again, it's all banned now. And they're like, what the hell is this? The company that ran the audition, No Straight Roads, NSR, they run the city as well, de facto, because in this universe, music generates power. And because they control who can play, they're basically in control of the city as well. So this gives rise to a rebellion, a rock rebellion that goes against that. Or I should say rock versus EDM, because that's like the tagline of the game as well. The objective for the game, for the main characters, is to go up against these bosses and basically take over their concerts. And to do that, they play rock music while the boss is playing their whatever music they were playing during the concert, which is generally EDM. No Straight Roads is very, very narrative driven. Some of the bosses include a DJ who is also an astronaut, and then there's a digital idol, and then there's piano prodigy, and just a whole diverse cast. And to kind of put that in musical terms, what we needed to do was have an identity for each of these bosses, an identity for No Straight Roads, NSR, the company that generates electricity, which falls on EDM, and an identity for the rock band, which is obviously rock. There's a very diverse cast of characters in the game, and conceptualizing their music was a very involved process. And Pishman, you did DJ Subatomic Supernova, right?
That's right.
Yeah, and I do recall we want this to be a very like retro disco. Maybe you could go a little bit into the creative process.
Space disco. Just kind of space disco. I think that was kind of a sub-genre in the late 70s. A big kind of orchestral sound with reverb, but with like the driving, cutting beat of disco. It's kind of mixed with a little deep house and synthwave. So kind of like a cross-platform of music culminating to evoke space however I thought I could.
Yeah, I remember we specifically talking about the laser noise of the and all that. And
the like a monophonic Moog synth line,
yes,
kind of glissandoing octaves with washed in some reverb to make you think of space.
Right after that boss was the virtual idol, and the music was done by James. Is there any like thought processes to basically bring that particular character, the fact there's a digital idol?
Yeah, so the team was kind of figuring out with me of like what kind of genre we want to hit, because we want to kind of incorporate sounds aesthetic that a lot of idol music possesses. But at the same time, we also want to incorporate this kind of the visual elements of her being this kind of mermaid. The way I approached it was like, what if we took like fast, high, energetic idol music with water level music from video games? And that was kind of my brainchild to approach this.
I did the Versus Yinu, which is a piano prodigy. It's a little kid who is absolutely killer on piano. As you fight, you discover there's more and more layers to her story and what's going on the fight itself as well. All these characters have their own themes. Like you said, there's space disco, and then there's idol music plus underwater, and then there's whose theme is basically like a piano concerto with an orchestral backing. And then No Straight Roads, the company is symbolized with EDM, and then main characters are rock. And how we wanted to convey the fight was to actually have these different versions of the same music as well, like an EDM remix and a rock remix of every track that we came up with, to basically as a tool for both player feedback and also like immersion. Like if the boss is winning, it switches over to more like the EDM side, and if the players are winning, it switches more to the rock side, and it can do that seamlessly as well. So this is basically breaching into the subject of music design, which is a very, very different thing from the composition itself. Music design is the art of taking the game UX, seeing what needs to be done and conveying that to the music team. There's a lot of the more technical side of like understanding gameplay and understanding programming and all that as well. So NSR does something a little bit above and beyond. Like there's a lot of games that do stems, vertical resequencing of like adding and taking away stems. For this, because a lot of the music was basically like pop music, it's like the type of music that you find on a pop album more so than a video game soundtrack. I did a deconstruction of music, and I basically wanted to see how do people perceive music, and my answer for that was they perceive the melody, they perceive the rhythm, and everything else. But melody and rhythm is basically people sing along to melody and people tap their feet along to rhythm and all that. And what do you know? Our main characters are the guitarists and the drummers. Melody and rhythm, it kind of works out. And because of that, the concept was, if the music that we write, all the bass versions, always have something that corresponds to melody, rhythm, and backing track, that's why I call it everything else, and it goes through that. And when we make the remixes, we basically make sure that the melody is represented in the EDM version and the rock version, the rhythm is represented in the EDM and the rock version. Then we can have these free stems actually swapped. You could have like the bass version of the melody, and then the EDM rhythm, and then the rock everything else, which should be like rhythm guitars and all that. And after a bit of trial and error, we found that it was a formula that worked, and it opened up a lot of avenues to be used within the game to a little bit more elaborate, rather than just transition. It's like bits and bits of rock is seeping in first when you start winning, and then it goes full-blown rock after that.
I'll just say that DJ Subatomic Supernova is a really cool and endearing character. He's got like a big personality and he's very full of himself. So the music's also like, instead of just like being spacey, is also supposed to evoke a lot of attitude, a lot of that kind of like disco funk edge, and it's kind of got that like really high energy that original house music, 90s dance music evoked. And so there's a lot going on there. The whole joke is that he's full of himself, and even his head is a self-contained universe. You know, he thinks he's like the kind of like god of his own universe. There's a lot of like witty kind of sense of humor that the game, I think, really went far with. And that's something that we all like tried to like, each of the characters, you know, whether it's Sayu or Yinu or the later bosses, Eve and the 1010 crew, they all just kind of have like a bombastic vibe, and like that's what we tried to nail with the music.
Yeah, for Versus Sayu, you know, that boss, you know, was kind of poking at, I guess, kind of the fakeness or perceived fakeness, the appearances of idol culture, that what you see is not reality. And so as you play through the level of Versus Sayu, you start to realize that the facade of the idol image that you see of the mermaid starts to break down. And so with the music, how I play into that is I tried to think about how can the music kind of chip away, just like how the type of visual can chip away. And so, you know, the vocals will become more distorted as you know, to deal more damage to Sayu, or the auto tuning will change as well, and it's a little less pleasing, or you know, it just sounds off, right? So these are things that I was considering during the music process of what can we do to create a good piece of music while also being aware and thematic to what's happening in the story.
So the bosses in the game are phase-based. Bosses in general, you know, like, haha, this is not my final form and all that, as James mentioned previously about Sayu and like the desperation increasing and all that. Basically, the way that we did that for the music was to have phases within the music as well, and each phase is self-contained in that it can loop. And then we have a short transition, which in the linear soundtrack version is put at the end of the loop, but it's designed to be able to interject anywhere from like when you cross a certain threshold, whether it's like boss HP or a special situation that dictates the phase will change. It goes to the transition and it goes to the next loop, then transition to the next loop, transition to the next loop until the boss is defeated. So that's basically how we framed all the music, all the composition that we're doing. And obviously it was really, really important to have this framework of like, horizontally it's loop based, and vertically we always have those free stems so that they can be applied to the 3 different genres, and then, you know, do the switching of the different stems and all that. One of the things which really, really resonated with fans was this particular feature called the Circle of Influence. And the way I can describe it is, it's basically a character action where you play music and it affects your surroundings. You can turn props into weapons that help you deal damage or protect you. It goes into the whole narrative design of No Straight Roads, where, you know, music is power and music changes the world. So playing to that was, we wanted a feature where players can actually press a button, and again, we don't want people to have music theory knowledge. So this was a character action. It powers up stuff around you. I have to say, when that idea was suggested, I was just thinking like, okay, does this mean we're going to need guitar and drum solos for all the music we composed? And obviously, like, on the music team, we know how much music we composed on this game. It was a lot. And we're already doing like the genre switching and all that, so it was already complex. do we want to add even more complexity? And we consulted with Imba and with the design team on the game. This is going to take a lot of effort, but it's too good an idea to pass up. So we went for it. Just to contextualize that, you press a button, the characters jam out. They jam out to whatever music is playing, regardless of whether it's in the boss or when you're walking the city. Being able to jam along was a key UX of the game, so we decided to go ahead with it. And the guys who did those solos for us, that basically mimicking the two characters, Mayday and Suk, playing along the music, they did such an incredible job. This like literal shredding for 40 minutes. We had 7 guitarists like chipping in to do that because it's a lot of music. But the drummer, holy cow, Bruno Valverde, the drummer for Angra in Brazil, the metal band, he did all 40 minutes himself. I don't know how he did that, but he did. He's a machine. And the result, when we put it in game, we tested it. This hit the spot. We knew that was a very, very well. It was going to be a defining feature of the game. One of the contributing guitarists was Daisuke Kurosawa, who did a lot of Guitar Freaks and all that. So we were like fanboying, but trying not to fanboy at the same time. And Masahiro Aoki, composer of Street Fighter V, he did the final boss music for that, and he did a bunch of the shredding as well on guitar. His name is Godspeed for a reason. So yeah, like that was a feature that was a risk, but we took it and we saw it through to the end. It was not easy to make it work. Again, Imba did an incredibly amazing job on that. So yeah, it was a lot of stuff to record. So we needed to find ways to cut down the amount of time. Like I said, 40 minutes was a lot, but it could have been longer. And one of the ways that we cut down was the approach music. The approaches are little levels that precede a boss. What we did was we had a prototype version first. We got them to do the circle of influence stuff for that prototype, and then we basically composed approaches for each boss that could have that fit in. So like the chord progression was not the same but similar, so that the chord scales were the same, so that the guitar didn't feel out of place and all that. And that was the way that we cut down on the amount of work that was needed. And yeah, all the different approaches in the game, because of that, it had the same like form, it had the same BPM. And what we did on the soundtrack side was to just turn it into a big mega mix, and that was one of the more well-received ones as well. So what do you know? Turned a Achilles heel into an opportunity. Right, and very, very 2020 hindsight. Like if I could go back and redo this project, I would like push for more vocal tracks, because Sayu has right now 7.4 million plays on YouTube in 2 years.
Probably, and I'm probably including Spotify. It is absolutely past 10 million plays on all platforms. Yeah.
Yeah. So.
So we got to work with Nikki Simmons, who I previously worked on a different video game called Titus 2. And so we returned to work together again on this project. I thought she'd be a great fit with her voice and her personality and her energy, and she really carries the track. And I think a lot of people resonate with that song because of her performance in that song.
Yeah, like I said, if I could go back and redo this project again, I would push for like every single track that is feasible. Obviously, not the Piano Prodigy, but there's a lot of other opportunity, because people tend to resonate a lot with lyrics as well. Like it brings the character to life in a way that instrumentals can't.
We noticed too as well that when people were making covers of other no-service music, they would add their own lyrics sometimes to those covers. It just really goes to show the power of lyrics in singing.
And obviously, like in terms of music design, this can always compete in a video game context with like dialogue and all that. So it's a real fine line of understanding what video games can and cannot do in terms of music. So all that being said, I know I've been spouting a lot of like ideas and all that, but we're really proud of the work we've done with this game, and obviously there's a lot of takeaways that on what to do and what not to do. This is importantly for future projects as well. Best way to check out some of these concepts is to look at what Let's Plays on YouTube, or even better, like check out the game on Steam or PS4, PS5. So yeah, I think that's a wrap for all the things we wanted to cover in terms of the technical side and the creative side.
My name is Laurent. I'm the director, developer, and musician on 30 Birds. Hi, I'm Colleen. I'm an art director and 2D artist on 30 Birds. What is 30 Birds anyway? It's a game that goes like this. Whoa. Is it 2D? Is it 3D? We don't know. Here's the trailer. The game takes place in a small open world, a city made of giant flying lanterns. You must help Zig to find 30 birds, to rescue a giant bird goddess named Simra. But this is not a catch the creatures thing. These birds are not wild birds, but talking ones. Music! Each of them has a story and will ask something of Zig. Often it will involve music playing, because music is a great deal in the lanterns.
Let's talk about the music. I was looking for something unexpected, and I didn't want to go the classic route with a fantasy background kind of music. I wanted the music to be part of the world, also something that would sound modern, to make it hard to get in what period the game is set. So I went for a blend of Middle Eastern music and Jamaican music, like ska, dub, reggae, etc. In the end, the choice of music, it makes the city feel more real, more alive, like it has a culture with its quirks. It feels like there was a history there that made the lantern people listen to those specific sounds. One last thing is that I chose to work with electronic sounds because I didn't want to deal with a lot of recording, and I wanted to generate music inside the game for the game instruments. So now, a short warning before talking about this. One, we're going into spoiler territory, and two, the features I'm going to present are still being prototyped, so it's not final at all. Okay. So at the beginning of the game, you have this kid character, talks you into trying out his spider synthesizer. It's like a spider/alien head. It's the first digital instrument, and it serves as a tutorial. So it's super simple. Making the bug knob turn around the eye makes the music player go through a sequence of notes. There are very easy objectives which just prompt the player to interact with the instrument. At the end, the kit gives you a module for your sound system. What is that? It's a system that allows you to use multiple instruments together. But let's talk about it after I've shown you the second instrument. This guy's name is Rudy, and you can tell he's a rude gene. He's gonna make you play with his frog synthesizer. You can really play melody with it, but it's also simplified to make it easy to do something cool. So you can only play on a scale, and only go up and down the scale, while going through all the notes. At first, it's gamified, to teach the player how to use the instrument, because there's a trick to it when played with a gamepad. Afterwards, you can come back to play the instrument without gamification. Rudy will give you a module to use the frog instrument in the sound system. So let's have a look at it. This is the sound system. It's still very experimental. You can see that the modules are simplified versions of the instruments. On top of being able to play multiple instruments on the same screen, the sound system allows you to loop some instruments.